Cheers, cheers, cheers. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to Because It's Tuesday Sprints. Hope everyone is well and that your morning is going well. Hmm. Let me get a good background here and we will get started with the day. Let me know how your day's going in the comments here. Hmm. Oh, I wonder what this background is. I like experimenting with these little backgrounds here. Got some tea here in the morning. Got my workout done, so that's good. I'm gonna actually read today once I get this together. Hey, Kiana, how you doing, Miss Lady? What is going on in the world? You should be gearing up to go to work, right? Hopefully, you don't have to go in, so that would be sucky. Hmm. Mm. How's the weather where everybody's at? It's definitely chilly here, although it is so deceiving, y'all. It looks nice and warm. Not fun. Not fun at all. Not a fan of that. Not a fan of that. Where's my phone? I was looking for my phone here. I got to call my mom to remind her to come up, but I don't have it. So that's all right here. All right, I'm going to gear up a timer. Allow everybody to kind of get their morning together. Getting ready to work. Okay, that worked. That worked. From home, right? Or are you having to go in? Let me know in the comments section what are y'all doing and what are you reading. Hmm. Let me see. I'm trying to find a timer here in the background that I like. Timer that let's get a little nature in the mix because, that's what I like. Nature. First and foremost, that's the things I prefer to see when I look at my little timer things here. We're going to get a good full first hour, okay, for the first sprint. At home, ooh, that's always nice. It's nice not to have to leave. Vanessa, hello, Vanessa. I was just about to stop by your sprint, and then I was like, holy cow, let me hurry up and start the stream. I'll be by. I'm going to start an hour sprint, and I'll come by. I need to figure out who all my people are, but I did see you and Paul were sprinting, okay? I didn't forget about y'all. Vanessa is sprinting, by the way. If y'all are sprint hopping, she is, excuse me, currently on. How's your day going? Trying to get some work done and then editing some videos. Don't you love that part? Don't you love that part? That's one of those things I'm striving to be better at, of editing quicker and editing less. Because, yes, less. One-stop shop. It would be nice if I can just talk and not have to edit. But I've been better in the last few videos of not having to do too much because editing's a chore. So I feel your pain, Miss Lady, okay? But you got it. You got it. Whew, this tea's hot, y'all. I think I made it a little bit too hot. Too hot, too hot. Let me know if y'all like tea or coffee in the morning. Love a good cup of tea, but this one's a bit hot. Oh, I keep trying to find my phone. Oh my gosh, y'all, I'm losing it. I was like, I know I picked up my phone. That's why I keep trying to figure out where is it at. It was in my pocket. Let me call mother to see if she is on the line and also maybe give her a platform to talk. She doesn't text or whatnot. So I want to give her the option here. Kiana is tired, but I have book mail. Ooh, okay, okay. I like book mail. I like book mail. I still got a film a video that I got with some book mail. Oh, hey, hold up a sec, y'all. Hey, Mama. I sent you the link for. Hold up, y'all. Hold up a sec. Okay, y'all. Mom wants to say hello. Okay, she doesn't type or text or none of that stuff. So she's about to click on. But here you go. Oh, hey, Mom, here you go.
Good morning, everybody. It's so nice to hear your voice. We ain't talked in a good while, but I'm doing fine, and I hope y'all doing fine. And enjoy the weather.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, I'm gonna give you a call once we start sprinting too. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Bye. Well, that was Mom. That is the other sprinter that we have online. She is an avid reader, and she read like 2 books yesterday. I told her to take a little bit of a break. I'm trying to get her. She reads more than I do, probably. I'm trying to get her to get into audio a little bit because she had some eye surgery, and it'll maybe save her eyes a little bit if she reads. But yeah, she's not as tech savvy, so I got to figure out another option for her for audio. But unless she can use her cell phone adeptly, which she doesn't, then it's difficult. It'll be difficult for me to hook her up with it. So it is what we don't live nearby. Otherwise, I would kind of have her piggyback on some stuff I do. So, but that's my mommy. That's my love. Hello, Susan Fryman. How are you doing? Good morning to Mom. Thank you very much. Mom appreciates it. She loves sprints. It took her a while when I started BookTube to get into sprints, and now she absolutely loves it. She is most of the time in the background. Good morning, Mom. Thank you. Okay, y'all. Let me know what you're reading. What are you doing? We're gonna start this first sprint. I'm going to be doing a multitude of things, okay? But we're going to get it together. So I got, I don't like that. There we go. Okay. I don't want that layout either. Let's see. No, that's not a good layout. No, that ain't good either. Yo, we don't have good options. Okay, maybe that's the best one. Let's just get some nature going on there. I don't know. Okay. All right. Happy reading, y'all. I'll see y'all in an hour. Sorry, I forgot to get the thing up. No, I was saying sorry about that. I extended out the timer a little bit because I was about to run back into this room, and then all of a sudden my alarm for the house started like beeping, which means the security system is about to go off. My husband left out, and why he turned on the security system knowing I was here is beyond me, but I was supposed to have the cops come to my house. So I just extended out thinking I needed more time, and I didn't. Oh my gosh. Whew. This day is turning into some craziness. That's what happened when other people come at your day. I was fine up until I started interacting with my husband, and then everything just seemed like it started some madness right after. I blame him, y'all. It's all his fault, okay? I stick by it. Okay. Anyway, okay. So where was I in the chats here? Let me get my bearings together. That alarm system just threw me for a loop. I started hearing the countdown, and then it just freaked me out a bit. It's like, oh no, what is that? Oh, excuse me. Okay. Okay. So as you can see, I got dressed, took a shower, and got this madness together. So that's good. Anyway. Okay. So we were talking about good morning. How's you doing? All that good stuff. All right. So Vanessa at Dr. B is definitely on Sprints, by the way. So Susan, if you want to check her out, she's definitely on. Who else is on? I think Donna at Mom's Book Collection is also sprinting. Paul is no longer sprinting. Look at this straight hair, y'all. Who was the other person that's sprinting? Someone else is sprinting. I forgot. Lexi, I think, is sprinting. So those are the ones that I saw. I'm sure there's others, but if you're sprint hopping, Kay, because I saw you in a few, then you definitely have some options. Okay. I would love it if you stay here as well, but it's okay if you sprint hop. I'm definitely fine with that, y'all. Spread some love, okay? Make sure you hit the like button if you're sprint hopping and looking at people's videos. I normally am one of those people that I do that first, so I don't forget it, okay? Show some support. Hi, Mama Jaleesa. How are you doing, beautiful lady? Let's see. PTL Team Raiders. What does PTL means? Team readers. PTL team readers. I don't know what PTL is. Let me know. Especially enjoyed right beside me, Mary Monroe, currently reading The Women Could Fly by Megan Giddings. You are also reading that. Okay. Your lovely, lovely daughter is also reading that. I can't believe if she said she was done or not. Okay. Well, I'm hoping that you're enjoying all of these books because you have a few of them going on. Tell me of all of these, which one is your favorite? Just popping in to say hi. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much, Rose. I am doing fine. Rosie. I'm doing good now that I know my alarm is off and the house is not going to alert the cops. I'll be sitting here on Sprints. We're like, oh man, that flustered me. You ever have a security alarm goes off like while you're sleeping and wake you up in the middle of the night? That's kind of how I feel. Your heart's just kind of pounding. Like, what's going on? You're trying to figure out if something else is going on besides somebody just turned on that alarm, But thank you very much for coming by. Christina says, good morning, beautiful people, hugging the like button. Definitely give it a nice big hug. I'm okay with that. Hi, Jaleesa. Good morning. Listening to The Glass Castle by Jeanette Walls. What about The Haunting of the Hill? Are you reading? Okay, here we go. I already see it. Anyone from Sunday? I haven't finished Haunting on the Hill. Went to the book club discussion and the average was 2.6. Okay, so that already leads me to the next question, Jaleesa. Are you going to still finish? Because I know you're gonna push through and be the finisher, and I'm normally forward, but I'm not forward on this book. So let me know, Miss Lady. Are you still gonna finish since you already had the book club discussion? And what did other people say about it? Kay says hello. Jaleesa says hello. Hey, Mr. Coda, how are you doing? Kay says, I need to do some adulting facts and finish The Dragon Reborn, page 522 of 578. You are almost there. I'm going to say you're going to finish it today. You got this. You got this. You got this. I'm hoping that is doing you justice and that it's good. Let me know. Kay says, Coda. Hey, Coda. We got to have you on one of these days, okay? Hey, Coda from Jaleesa. Kay says, coffee first, then adulting math, then reading. Adulting math. What is adulting math? Just adding up stuff? What is adulting math? I like math personally. Hey, Armand, how are you doing today? Let's see. What are you reading? Are you between some pages? Let me know. Coda says, Christina and Jaleesa, excited to see you. Okay, going to finish part 4 of A Little Life later today on the last chapter 3 last night. Going to still try to finish end of the month. Okay. Well, you're knee deep in there. So part 4, chapter 3. That's a long book, so it's good that you're taking it in stages for sure. Hey, Gabby, how are you doing, Miss Lady? Hope I can finally make it to one of Courtney's sprints. Gotta love spring break. Yeah. Oh, so how is school going? I know that you are in the midst of all of that craziness to try to teach the kids. So I bet you that ought to be a good, fun time. It's good you have spring break, though. How long is your classes, by the way? I don't know. I don't know if I remembered how long it was. But luckily you didn't take spring break in Miami, because I hear them kids are acting a fool up over there. I'm talking like college kids are acting a fool, fighting the cops, one in a dance, just doing all sorts of craziness, y'all. It's nuts. Jaleesa, no one like that. Jaleesa is determined, okay? My girl is like, I'm going to finish this book, okay? But I hope she don't. Hey, K-Beth. How's everyone today? Just finished filming my April TBR and now going to edit and upload it in the next few hours. Ooh, okay. That works. Let me, where is my pen, y'all? This place, I'm going to write notes. You know I like notes because I don't trust my memory here. Okay, so K-Beth has a video. I did support during the hour-long break. Not only did I get this madness together, but I did look at a few videos and help support them. So I feel like I did my due diligence, but I could always look at a few more videos. So I'm writing my notes. Let me know if y'all got a video in the chat that's out. I'll make sure I take a look at it today. Okay, Beth's video. I'm also writing down WrestleMania Readathon because I keep forgetting to look at this video by Paul and Reader's Retreat. If y'all are looking forward to some readathons, you know I'm a joiner, right? For April, not only is there the Magical Readathon, which I'm definitely participating in, need to get some stuff together for that. There's also a WrestleMania Readathon. I'm not sure who's actually hosting it, but I heard about it through Paul at Readers Retreat. So if y'all want to take a look at that, it's based off of, WrestleMania, WWE. Don't know what it's about. If it fits into my magical readathon, I'm going to do it. So if you're interested, just check that out. Jaleesa says, okay, I'm shooting for finishing A Little Life by the end of the month. Okay, that's good. You got a week. What's the day? The 26th. So you got a week. 12 pages away from finishing part 4. And that's the toughest part. How many parts are in A Little Life? And how big are the chapters? I just know the book's huge. Let me know the page count of the book. Oh, speaking of Paul, so here's Paul, Readers Retreat. Check out his channel, just in general, but also he has a video that he posted about WrestleMania. So you can get some details from there, fill in the gaps for whatever you need to, okay? Paul also likes to sprint. So if y'all are interested, he is on, seems like, most days in the morning, okay? Hey, Coda, part 5 is titled The Good Years, about the same spot. Okay. He wants to know, are you on Voxer, Jaleesa? Book Club said she would have DNF'd A Haunting on the Hill if she wouldn't have chosen it for us to read. Oh my God. See, that is so funny. And that's the thing about if you decide to host a buddy read, right? Or book club or whatever, buddy read, group read. If you don't like the book, you feel obligated to finish it because you told other people. And you know what? I completely agree. I feel like that is correct. Like, I will be upset if I am reading a book that somebody else chose and then they showed up and hadn't read it. I have seen that on BookTube a few times, and it hasn't happened to me, but I have seen that happen, of people come up to a book club discussion, because I'll just drop in whether I read the book or not. I might not stay long, but I'll pop in. And the hostess will like, well, I didn't read or I didn't finish. And I'm like, hold up. I would have some choice words and probably never participate in a buddy read with that person again. Lose some respect for it. So I'm glad she still read it, even though she didn't like it. Jaleesa says, hey, Paul. Paul says, hello. Hello, Paula. How are you doing? Can't stay. Mad dash to sort out everything before the kiddo gets home. Oh, no worries. No worries. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry I jetted out at the end of sprints. My house saw your sprint till the ending, but I had to go. Had stuff to do. So my house was there. Kiana says 2% of Can't We Be Friends about the friendship between Ella Fitzgerald and Marilyn Monroe. Man, we got all this historical stuff in the house. Okay. How are you liking it? Is it good? You're right in the middle of beginning of it. So it's going to take you a bit to figure out if you really want to read it or not. K-Beth says, started editing, not as long as I was expecting, should only take about an hour. That's good. That's my goal. An hour or less of editing. I am starting to realize if it takes me more than an hour of editing, then I did something wrong in the filming process. I'm trying to not make BookTube be like a job, which I'm definitely not getting paid any and everything for. So it needs to take less than an hour. We commit enough time to BookTube, so I don't need to spend so much time editing. Okay, close out tabs on laptop so I can adult, leaving you up. Well, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Yeah, I had a few different things going. When I be sprint hopping, okay? I had my other computer. I had 2 tabs open, and then I had my phone. Yeah, that's a lot, y'all. I know. Thanks for sprints in case I don't make it back. Have a beautiful day. Well, thank you very much for coming by. Much appreciated. Dang husbands always making things. Facts. Facts. Okay. But that's my boo. That's me every other day. I'll be fine in the zone, know what I'm doing, and then my uncle will want to talk to me. Exactly. See, that is the reason when I am trying to get out the door, like I'm a big proponent of if you get up and you're working in the morning, right? Granted, I don't have kids to, ruin my day because that can definitely mess some stuff up. But my goal in the morning when I work, because I work early, is to get out the door. I don't let any other things distract me. I don't like to add in little extra things because when you start adding in extra things, then, hold up, y'all. My husband's calling me. I got to answer this. Hold on 1 second. Bear with me. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. He trying to get a food order here. But yeah, so that's the thing. I get up and I'm getting out the door because when people start asking you to do other things, then you start forgetting the things that you had. Like my husband will be like, "Can you get this? Can you get this?" And then next thing you know, I forgot my lunch. Like I don't want to do that. I'm sorry. I'm trying to text him this. Oh my gosh, y'all. See, like this. See, he's messaging me, and then now I have to respond, and I'm neglecting y'all. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. Hopefully that's fine. Hopefully he gets it right too. Sorry about that. Okay. Yes, I understand. Leandra starts in an hour. Okay, there we go. So Leandra 2. Jaleesa says 20% into the glass castle. These parents are on something else. Is that a YA? I've heard of the title. I can't remember. You got a lot of books you're reading at one time, Miss Lady. I didn't realize you were reading so many. Jaleesa says PTO means praise the oh. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, got it. Okay. Praise the Lord. We're gonna say Lord, good morning day. Oh, that's awesome. I like that. Well, thank you. PTO back to you as well. Okay. Rosie, Kim, Whimsical, Donna, a lot of people. Yes, tons of people sprinting at one time. Like I said, we need to collab, y'all. Hey, Adrian, how are you doing today? What you up to? Gabby says hello. Okay, Jaleesa says I'm going to finish. Too nosy to stop. The general complaint was the author didn't really give as much of a haunted house. For whatever reason, she added witches and random hairs. Okay, that's interesting. I don't think of haunted house with witches, but witchcraft, maybe that makes it haunted. I'm not sure. I would suggest instead of spending time actually reading it, like if you're doing audio, that's one thing. But if you're actually spending time reading it with your eyeballs, I would suggest skim through. That's what I do with books. I'm going to DNF. I will skim through, you can kind of look through and see what, kind of jumps out at you on a page so you can get the plot to see what's actually happening. Unless it's one of those books you gotta really be deep in. So Okay, let me know what happens. Some parts that are scary, like the person spinning in the middle of the yard, hair coming down the chimney, 3-story house, and some other things. Okay. I would just want to know what happens at the end instead of all those little details, though. It's like, okay, what's contributing to the end result? Enjoying the book, adulting, math, bills, and crime. Oh my gosh. Okay, in that case, I need to do some adult math later today as well. Adrian says hello to everybody. The person that gave it 3.5 stars enjoyed it because the gothic feel of the book. I think she enjoyed it because she's seen the play so many times of the original Haunted on Hill House. Yeah, I enjoyed Haunted on Hill House, the movie. Gabby says it's going. Last week was rough because everyone was excited for the break. Depends on the day. Yeah, that's true. Some days I work a full day, some days a half day. It just depends on what and where I'm working. I should hopefully hear back soon from the program about being able to get my teaching and special ed certification through. Okay, awesome. Okay, well that's good. Hopefully that goes through really quickly so you can actually start. Well, hold on. That's about actually taking classes, right? Because I know you're teaching in some capacity. Is it like a daycare or something like that, right? My recent videos have been recommending books based on K-pop songs. Ooh, okay. K-pop is very popular. How I plan my content, and today is going to be my TBR for April. Okay. That works. Any readathons? I'm enjoying it. These people are tripping. Look at words in the dictionary and they don't agree with it and they write the publisher's argument. What in the world? Oh, huh? Okay, say this again. So what book is that again? Hold up. These people are looking up books in the dictionary, and if they don't like it, then they argue with the people about it. Wow, that's the privilege right there. Okay, they really think their opinion matters. K-Death is doing magical readathon. Oh, okay, I am too. Taking one of the new careers as my character loves history, so it's now going to be an excavationist. Oh, okay. I think I know what I'm going to do. I'm still somewhat confused about the magical readathon. I am not gonna lie. I looked at, like I'm telling y'all, Book Roast got so much watch time from me yesterday. It's crazy because I looked at the video that she put out for Aurelia, and then I looked at all these other previous videos, and I was still like, what is this about? Like, I got the career path, like choose a character, choose a career path, and choose a guild. Because I'm gonna just skip all the novice stuff and just start like now. So I know those things, and I got my classes, which equate to the prompts. I'm like, then what else is there to the readathon? I was trying to figure out what else is she talking about choose an apparatus and all this side quest. I was like, where is that? So I went to the Discord, and then somebody was like, just wait till April and go from there. So that's what I'm gonna do. All of that time for nothing. But I'm gonna figure it out. It sounds like a whole bunch of fun. I just didn't understand how to connect it. And then I saw another one of her videos where she was saying that people were confused too. So I'm coming in late, so I'm somewhat confused, but I'm gonna figure it out. Chapters are long. There's about 3-ish chapters per part 1. 816. Okay. Have added Coda and Jaleesa and everybody else who is reading this book. I love how it's called Came Right as You're in the Middle. Exactly. Facts. But I'm going to get Qdoba, so I had to take that. So thank y'all for y'all patience. Okay. Hey, Elises. How are you doing, Miss Lady? What you up to today? Poetry in motion. Everybody say hi to Miss Ulysses, okay? At work, just working, reading Sling the Shadow Prince. If I have to work, no reading will be had. Oh, well, that sucks. Yeah, well, I'm glad you're only working, not working. Everybody said hello, Coda. Ulysses is shouting us out. I love it. Random Hairs, exactly. After reading, what's that book? What is that book? What's the book with the hairs? Is it Mexican Gothic? The ones with the hairs at the end? All these books have this play on the fall of the House of Usher. But I remember What Moves the Dead. Oh my God. See, now I'm going. No, I think it was What Moves the Dead that has the yeah, that's what it was. What Moves the Dead that had the hairs in it. And I was like, what the hell is this? That's crazy. Was it that? Hold up. Now I'm trying to remember. Yeah, What Moves the Dead is the one with the hairs in it. Yeah, I was just like, what the hell is that? That just, so whenever I think of hairs, I just get freaked out now. Glass Castle is a nonfiction memoir. Oh, okay. And who is the person in the Glass Castle? Who's the main character, person, memoir, author? You know what I'm talking about. Oh my God, y'all. Curious Owl is saying, I work in all grade levels because I have a college degree. But if I get my teaching certificate, I can be hired as a full-time teacher. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know you were talking about you were going to go for special ed. I was thinking that you were talking about, like, I know you were working with students, but I was thinking you're talking about spring break because you were a student. Okay, but also with the teaching. I get you now. Okay, well, that's cool. That is interesting. So it's not substituting. It's just like you're teaching in class, and then they move you all around all the time. Like, I know with subs they move you around, but if you're teaching, because I know if you have a degree, you know, it changes it. You can not a degree. If you have a degree, you can teach in schools in some states. And yeah, once you get your teaching certification, then it, of course, you know, certifies you and all that good stuff. But I was under the impression that they kind of left you at one class. Like, hey, I'm going to be doing math this year or whatever. That would be kind of strange going all around. How are you liking that? I have a student. I have a friend that is talking about going into teaching. She looks like she's about 16. Like, she's 4'11", I think, 4'10", 4'11". So she's a shorty. And she looks young and she talks like a baby. And right now she does like para, and it's like a teacher's aide and special ed classes. But, you know, I don't know. I have reservations about her going into teaching, but it's her choice. But I just told her to really think about that, because if she's trying to teach probably something more than elementary, I think it may be a concern, you know? So I don't know. Oh, where am I at? I applaud you for attempting the magical read-a-thon. I mean, I feel like you don't have to go so in depth into it. Like, I kept looking into it and I'm like, okay, I think I'm overcomplicated it. Because at this point, truthfully, I have my character, I have my guild. I can just read. I think I have 4 books, if I'm not mistaken, for my props. How much? What is it? 1, 2. Yeah, 3 books and then a group read. So I can literally just leave it at that. I don't have to do the side quest, but I'm gonna see what they're working with, see what's going on. Supposedly there's something like black cats associated with witchcraft. Oh, yeah, that's true. I guess I just don't think of that when people say haunted house. I don't think of like witches. I just think of like, I don't know, like ghosts and stuff. So proud of you. I know, it's awesome. We always need good teachers, and we need people that are passionate about the field. And I remember when you were talking about it in their videos, when you're in this, it was like a live discussion a few weeks ago. You're really passionate about it. And I really was like, hey, I'm happy for you, because we definitely need people that want to be there. Okay, definitely. Student teachers usually move around. Oh, okay. I'm subbing. That's what my full-time job is. So I bounce around school to school. Fell in love with it even with the hardest days. See, and you already know that there's hard days. So that's another thing. You need people that want to be there, that are reasonable about knowing what goes into it. And that is you. So I commend you on that one. Thank you. Proud of myself. I'm proud of you too. Okay. Okay. Teach them kids. They need to learn. Okay. Figure out the formula to get them to get off TikTok. K-Beth taught high school and felt super intimidated by some of the kids. Most were taller than me. I'm 5'2", felt uncomfortable. One reason I left was a kid squaring up to me. He was 6 foot. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah, you got it. You got it. And it's a tough and it's a challenge. I think dealing with people in general is always a challenge, y'all. It doesn't get any easier. Okay. Dealing with kids, you need somebody that wants to be there, that recognizes kids have challenges, immaturity, so that they can be better adults from the kids that they are. Like, we've all met those people that in high school, kids were horrible, but they became good adults. Some of that influence comes from home. Some of that influence comes from school. But it definitely takes special people to be able to stick it out. It's the same in healthcare. I'm in healthcare. It's not for everybody. You know, there's certain, even healthcare professionals I talk to are like, oh, I'm glad I'm not doing that job, you know, because some people can't deal with certain areas of the body, but they can deal with others. So you all have your specialties, you know, but you got it. I think you got it. Took 2 male teachers to drag him away, and I was always afraid of him afterwards. A lot of my students had violent tendencies, and I was constantly on the edge. That's true. That's true. I've heard that if you can stick out teaching for 5 years, you're good. That's kind of like the deciding, like, probationary period for if people are going to stay in the profession. So stick it out, do what works for you. Okay. I'm not for telling people what they should or should not do. I'm just always have, you know, I have concerns about for people that I specifically know. Never want to be a teacher because of how my teachers were treated, but life happened and it kind of clicked into place. Yeah, people can be kind of crazed. I don't know. My classes, I never really had too many issues. I was like in a lot of academic classes. I chose academic, like higher achievers, advanced classes because I realized, and this is just my experience, the kids in those classes actually wanted to learn. And this is back in the day before social media became such a big thing too, okay? So I think that has a lot to do with it. But kids in the classes that I were in actually sat there. When the bell rang and the teacher said, be quiet, we did that. When the other classes that I took, on the off chance I took a non-advanced class, that did not happen. The teacher had to put in some work. And I was like, oh no, this is not where I need to be at. So that was one of the main reasons why I got into a lot of advanced placement classes, is just the environments that that I felt comfortable in. People did what they were supposed to do. And in turn, hell, you're in those classes, so now you're just going to learn. So, you know, daughter's teachers all hold a special place in my heart. That's true, y'all. Get them kids, them teachers, gift cards and baskets. My sister said with the pandemic, you know how when they started having kids stay at home and parents had to teach them, my sister had a whole nother appreciation for the teachers. She was like, when these kids go back, I'm getting that teacher a gift basket, because I don't know what she did. She was like, I can't do this homeschooling mess. Ulysses, kids got their bad traits from their dad. Very unsupportive staff around me and was left to it. I loved the teaching, hated the politics and stress. My mentor was even like, get out now. Wow. Well, you know what? Maybe it just wasn't your calling. I hope you found something that appealed to you. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Don't look at the bleach stain there. Thank you. I do think pastels look good on me. I will say that. Thank you so much. I do miss it though. The majority of the kids were amazing, but now I'm changing careers and going to a medical route that views my career and care and teaching skills will be great. I like medical because I thought of going into teaching, but I've always wanted to work in a hospital, I will say. So I think I went the route I was expected to go. I just went it in a very roundabout, time consuming way. But I love patients that are like comatose. When I go into a room and a patient's on a ventilator and no family is there, oh my God, that is my best patient. Just let me do what I need to do. I even talk to some of these patients that are on the ventilator and comatose, because you never know, they may be hearing me. I'd be like, hey, Mr. So-and-so, I'm about to do this or whatever. But I like that I have options. I can just do my thing without somebody getting in the way. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, sorry, I clicked on something. Everything on my screen went dark. Yes, I like the idea of just being able to do my job and not worrying about people, even though I'm helping them, because I do like people. Sorry to hear that happened to you. Happy to hear you're in a better place. Exactly. Facts. I think the pandemic caused a lot of issues. I keep clicking on stuff, y'all. K-Beth says pandemic caused a lot of issues as far as with training, and people weren't properly prepared. That's true. That's the same thing in the medical profession. With the pandemic, so many people concentrated on COVID because it was just the big life-threatening thing, that a lot of the medical students and stuff that we have in our hospital that are now like residents and all that stuff, they are kind of coming from behind because most of the focus was on COVID. But what about all the other diseases? So they're kind of learning as they go. I've seen a lot of Dr. Google's at the hospital, y'all. Hell, I Dr. Google too sometimes. Definitely my calling in many ways, just too taxing on my mental health. And school was completely destroyed my confidence and left me with scars. Oh, I'm sorry, K-Beth. That sucks. That really sucks though, because you never know where, you could be, but it just means it wasn't for you, because that's life. Okay. Feeling much happier now, going back to university to train as a speech and language therapist. Got to work with kids and patients such as stroke patients. That's true. And it's very versatile. I know 2 people who are speech and language therapists and absolutely love it. Love it, love it, love it. All right, y'all, we got to go into a sprint, but I want to leave y'all with something, because you know me, I like to talk about real world stuff. So I definitely want to talk about this book that I'm reading, but we need to go into a sprint. It's crazy, okay? If y'all want to, look up this book called Lies My Teacher Told Me, but I'll talk about it at the coming back. Did y'all hear about in Baltimore, a cargo ship hit a bridge? Y'all, people were in the water. The whole bridge, the top of the trellis fell down. Craziness. Let me know if y'all heard of that story. It is nuts. Oh, you do? Awesome. I got it from NetGalley. It's a graphic novel. Yeah, that is nuts. Yeah, but it's called Hold on, I'll show y'all real quick. Hold up. I'll show you my phone because I don't want to lose my spot. But it's a graphic novel about U.S. history, and it is so fascinating. I could be talking about it all day, y'all. Columbus is trash, which we already knew that already, if you really want to be honest with yourself. But hold up, let me see. Lies My Teacher Told Me by Nate Powell. So that's the graphic novel I'm reading. It actually comes out at the middle of next month. So if you're on NetGalley, go ahead and pick it up. Yeah, the bridge collapsed. It's nuts. So they're trying to figure out if it's a terrorist attack or not. I don't know. It looks like they hit one of the pillars as it was going through the bridge. But man, people are in the water. I think folks are still missing. They probably don't even know who all was there. But luckily, it wasn't rush hour. It's the Francis Scott Key Bridge. I've been following the Baltimore story since it happened. It was terrifying. Yes, exactly, y'all. So sad. Original. Oh, there's an original. Okay, see, I did not know. So this is an adaptation. You know, I love adaptations. I think that they should put more graphic novels in books, but the whole graphic representation is very interesting too. So you already know that's when the books will be banned. But I think that should be one of those, you know, how they have maybe not school required reading. No, let me backtrack. You know how they have summer reading are required summer reading, which my school never had. I just read books, but they should have a graphic novel of histories as options for students. I think it would be way more palatable because I find graphic novels of history so much more palatable for me as an adult to understand history. For one, it's more condensed. You don't have just tons of words on page, and it kind of slows you down a little bit. But yeah, this one is telling some truths about some things that happen that people don't want you to know about. Basically, I would say I'm about a fourth of the way through, and pretty much the premise is history is very whitewashed, which we already knew that already, if you want to be honest. But very interesting. K-Beth says apparently 6 people are still unaccounted for. Yep, that is crazy, y'all. The boat threw out a mayday saying they lost all power and couldn't control it hitting the bridge. Oh, okay. I didn't get that part. I know they said that power was lost, but I thought it was after. So that was before. Okay. So they lost power. Oh, okay. So they couldn't control navigation. Okay. Yeah, it was sad. I saw the video part where the trellis like fell onto the boat, and I'm just like, how in the world? Biggest fear, I'm terrified of bridges. Yeah, whew, y'all. I don't like to go underneath bridges, like go on a bridge or drive over when I see boats going underneath it, unless it's like little tiny boats. So yeah, I definitely will be like, okay, is there any boats coming before in the future now? But yeah, as far as I'm aware, there's no suspicion about it being targeted in a freak accident. Yep, that's what I heard too. I used to give my kids the horrible stories to read during some lessons to help them, and used to find cartoon strips of concepts for that very reason. Graphic novels are super resourceful. I agree. And in this day and age, when kids, and it's hard to grab their attention, I really do think that a graphic representation, it's like a cartoon. I think that would really help kids grasp concepts more fun, in a much more tangible way and more fun way. But people don't really want to, because like in one image of this book, they were talking about how I think the natives were, basically dying hand over fist after the colonizers came in. And they would basically show, like in one of the images, you had the colonizer on the horse. You can see the hat. It was a small image, but you can see he was on a horse with a hat. And then by him, they have one person throwing a person into a grave, and on the other side, another person with a shovel, basically saying that people are dying. They're just being thrown into a hole and covered up, and that's it. That's what happened. People don't want to know about that. People don't. Texas and Florida would never. Oh my God, y'all. Anyway, yesterday I was watching a documentary about a bridge collapse in Italy a few years ago, and this today. Facts, y'all. Facts. You should have a look at the Horrible Histories TV show and books. They're so amazing teaching history to kids. 33-year-old adult, I still love them. Oh, I never heard of that. Horrible Histories. Okay. Yeah. See, I was never a huge person into history, which, this book talks about history is just very memorization instead of people actually learning to understand why we have certain things in the present and in the future, but very eye-opening. Oh yeah, let's get to the sprint before I keep talking your head off, but very interesting book. I am thoroughly enjoying it. I'm glad I picked it up. Okay, y'all. See y'all in 45, not 40, 40. Bye-bye. Hello, hello, hello. I'm glad I looked up in time. I was I was just about to check in Vanessa's sprint and reading on my book here, and then I looked up and I was like, oh, sprint's about to end. So how did everybody fare on that last sprint? Did you get anything done? Excuse me. Well, I got my Qdoba here. Getting some good food in. I am definitely hungry. Let me just get one more last bite here, and then I'll put this up so I'm not like chowing down on camera, because I could definitely do that. So good. I love Qdoba. So if y'all had to choose between Qdoba and what's the other place? Chipotle. Let me know which you would choose. That's a hard choice, but I think Qdoba may have to get it. I definitely think so. Especially since they now allow guacamole to be a staple. I hate when they charge you extra for that. It's like, really? Why are you charging me? Let me turn this thing down here. Let's see. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what we picked up at the chat. It said horrible. Okay, so K-Beth was talking about there's a show called Horrible Histories, I guess, of all the bad things that people have done in history, which continues. Okay, I hope September 6th is going to be on that list there. Okay. K-Beth says, I'm a history geography specialist in my teaching. Ooh, okay. So you know all the tea on those things. Okay. I will say I was not a huge fan of history when I was in school, but I think that it's one of those things I float in and out on, like I like little bitty details. I think it's good since I read so much, it's nice to include something that's historical and all the other craziness that I read. Get to learn some stuff that they didn't teach you, which is part of what the book I'm reading is. Kiana says, drunk history. I've never heard of drunk history. Which show does that come on? Oh, what's series? Network. I'm sorry. Food is thank you, babe. I got it here. I'm sort of assuming that's old. Drunk history is so fun. Yeah, I definitely want to know when that came on. What network was that? Or maybe I'll take an episode or two of that. Rally is reading Long Shot by Kennedy Ryan and making something to eat. Okay, that's always good. Wow, thank you. Okay, much appreciated. I thank you very much for supporting my channel. I'm gonna go ahead and block that user there. Let's see. Oops, hold up right here. Susan says, I'm enjoying this sprint. Thankful to have found the channel, not being productive. You know what? You were here, so you were being productive with us. So that's always fun, okay? Susan said, trying to get rid of a splitting headache. Ooh, let's see. What is my recommendation? Anybody who has been here more than once knows my recommendation is always to drink a glass of water when you have a headache. I think hydration is always good, but I also understand that is not the end all. So recommend taking some medication and relaxing as well, okay? Especially if it's a migraine there. Kiana says, hello, Susan. Hello. Hopefully you come back and hopefully your headache gets rid of very, very soon. Gabby says, managed to read 42 pages of The Blood of Elves. Ooh, definitely sounds like a fantasy. How are you enjoying Blood of Elves? Jaleesa says, I've only had Chipotle. I want to try something from the place you're eating from. Qdoba's pretty good. I enjoy Qdoba. I mean, it helps that it's like, a mile and a half from my house. But you know what I did notice, though, is that Chipotle actually, the Qdoba's been there forever. But last year, they actually opened up a Chipotle like 2 blocks away. And I think they're trying to rival Qdoba. However, I will say that location and the way that the Chipotle sits is kind of odd to get to. So I don't think they're taking any business from Qdoba. But Qdoba be hooking it up. Like every time you go, there's something new that they have. Like my husband just talked about, there's like a surf and turf thing that they had, and the shrimp was pretty good. And then they had this thing called like a chicken tinga, which is like kind of spicy but sweet. I just like the regular adobo chicken. And then what's cool is I got the loaded tortilla bowl, which they have promotionally. It's not all the time. So you have I guess it's some sort of tortilla soup that they put inside of the taco shell, which you got to get the shell, right? And then, you add in your vegetables. I always get the basis of all of my things is I get black beans and the adobo chicken, and I never get the rice. And then I always add in fajita vegetables, and you got to add in some of that queso. What else is a staple? I love to get the things with the shell because I don't get the chips, but I want to get it in the shell. And then you got to add like guacamole. I always add pico de gallo and the salsa roja. I'm like very much a creature of habit, for sure. Susan says, I've always loved history. Amazing. It's nice to know where people come from or where you come from and what has transpired to get us to this point, which is why lies my teacher told me. You can't see it on here. This is the graphic. Oh, I was saying, this is what I'm reading, by the way, y'all. Lies my teacher told me. It's an art I got on NetGalley. So apparently it is an actual book, but I got the graphic. It's in black and white, but it's very interesting. It talks about how history books have been very whitewashed to revere certain people in histories and heroicism, and it leaves out a lot of little bitty details. Like even Helen Keller, it talks about Helen. I'm only 65 pages, so I've definitely got a long ways to go, and it covers a lot of topics. But right now I'm on colonialism, and now it's talking about, I guess, the migration of people throughout the continents or whatever. So it's talking about, I guess, similarities between people in North America and South America and Africa and stuff. So anyway, but it talked about Helen Keller, about how history wants to think of her as like this little weak girl that, just learned to, read and write and stuff. Helen Keller was born deaf and blind, and they're basically just wanting people to just think of her as this simple, poor girl that, learned to, read and write, and then that's it. But she was much more than that. Like, she was this great activist about the women's suffrage, right to vote. She actually had some very controversial things of wanting people to get involved in Russian affairs as well. But she was actually born from a very affluent family, which I heard she was born as an orphan. So that totally changed my opinion about some of the things that I have heard about, but very interesting things. It also talks about how Betsy Ross, everybody says she sewed the first American flag. Apparently she had nothing to do with the flag. I guess around the first centennial in 1876 of the United States, I guess her family wanted to do something to mark that as a tourist attraction and apparently made that up. Very interesting. I wish you would have went into more detail about that. I wanted to know, but anyway. Susan says, when is your next sprint? I need to set a reminder. Well, thank you. So I normally sprint every Tuesday at 10 a.m. EST. This is a staple for me. And on most Thursdays, I sprint at 5:30 p.m. EST. Those are my set times. However, some Thursdays I do work. So in that case, I'll back up sprints to another day, like Mormon Wednesday. But generally Thursdays at 5:30 p.m. and Tuesdays at 10 a.m. And I like to have a little pop-up sprint on Sunday mornings, like I did last Sunday with other people. Let me see if I work a lot of weekends. So let me see if I am working this weekend. I think I am. What are we? We're at the end of y'all, we're at the end of the month. What in the world happened? Okay. This year is flying. So I'll be here on Thursday. I do work this weekend, so happy early Easter. And then I'm on call on the other day. So I may have a pop-up sprint on the 7th of April, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Jaleesa says Comedy Central. Oh, that makes sense. Drunk history. Okay, that works. Putting that out. Oh, I understand. It looks like it's on Hulu too. Okay, I may have to take a look at that. Drunk history. That sounds like a whole bunch of fun. Seems like the way history has been going, it seems like it's been drunk the whole way. Give the water a try. You know what? It's always good to hydrate your body still. So that is the reason why I always say drink some water. But like I said, I know it's not the end all, but I feel like it's a good start. Curious Owl says the first official book in The Witcher. And okay, I've heard you talk a lot about The Witcher. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, I'm assuming that you are thoroughly enjoying it because that is your jam right there. Coda like Qdoba because their pork ain't sweet. Yeah, I don't like my meat sweet. Okay, let's go. Yeah, I don't like when they put sugar in that. It's crazy. Sugar's in everything though, y'all. Like even in potato chips, there's sugar, and I'm like, why? The surf and turf was really good. Only time I didn't get pulled pork and queso. Their queso's the bomb.com too, so that's always good. Coda said, put both of these comments in Leandra's sprints because I realized it before I realized it. Yeah, I just went over to her sprint and said hello too. So Leandra's another one that's also sprinting, by the way, now, y'all. A lot of sprinters, y'all. Lots of people to check in on and show some support around, okay? Don't be shy. Jaleesa says, I have lies my teacher told me on my TBR. I don't know they turned into a graphic novel. I didn't either. Like I've seen a few of these. Hey, look, this is the true history of America books. I've never read any, right? But I was on NetGalley, and last month I was in my NetGalley bag, and I picked up a few books, and I saw that, and I was like, "Ooh, okay, that sounds interesting," and I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I really am. I wish I had a book like this on, like as a physical copy. But at some point, I'm going to buy one of these because I still have I won a gift card last year, y'all, in somebody's giveaway on a channel, and still got it, $25, Barnes and Nobles. But I plan to utilize that as much as I love fantasy and what I want to buy a true history book. Kind of like the 1619 Project, something I can like read a chapter a week or something like that and slowly digest. It won't be one of those big books or something like this where I'm just reading it. It's going to be one of those where I'm learning this bad boy. And I'm annotated and all that stuff because it'll be my precious. But I've heard of stamped from the beginning. And I've heard of 1619 Project. I resolved that it would be one of those that I would buy. And I'm not talking about a graphic novel. I'm talking about like a book that I can read. Although I have heard Stamped is a graphic. So anyway, one of those type books. But I know there's probably others out there. I just need to figure out what works for me. Because originally I said 1619 and then I saw Stamped. And then I know there's some others. But I know my library has them, so I want to check them out and take a look at them first, and then maybe get some other recs, and then make my decision about what I'm going to buy. And that's will be what I'll read when I actually buy it. Got to get some true history in the mix, okay, y'all. Hello, Princess. How are you doing, Miss Lady? Good morning. Today is one of my vacation yet working days. Don't you love that? But I'm looking forward to reading. Well, you know what? It offers you the opportunity to be at your own pace, even though you are working. So nothing wrong with that. Got to get your dollars somehow, right? I thank you very much for coming by. What are you going to read? Thank you for going into Alexa now. Alexa appreciates it. I have Stamped. Ooh, you do. How is Stamped? Do you like it? And have you compared, has anybody in the chats compared Stamped to the 1619 Project? And of those two type books, and if you know those books, then you know the type of content I'm looking at. Is there any other ones besides those that you could recommend about American history? Yes, it's a hefty book, and that is the reason why I want it. I figured if I'm going to spend my dollars, I might as well make the bang count. Because I don't really buy books. So if I'm going to buy something, I want it to be something that I know I'm going to spend some time in and maybe go back to, that type thing. Because generally I'm not a rereader, so I want to take my time. Lately, excuse me, I've been adapting history books. They have been adapting history books into graphic novels and YA, more digestible. Facts. And that's what I was saying at the beginning of the sprint and why I like this one. I did not know that Lies My Teacher Told Me was an original book, but this is a graphic of it. Comes out at the middle of next month. Okay, just keep putting that out there. But if you want this book, if you go on NetGalley, it's still on there. Okay, but I agree. More digestible. I think people, adults and children, will pay more attention to it, and you can grasp the subject. Because I am thoroughly enjoying this book, and it's a graphic, so I'm going to get through it quicker. Whereas if this was like a regular book, it probably would be a book I would probably want to annotate and keep. Hence why I was talking about I'm going to get like one of those other books about true history and like people that have really done research and told all the details. So I can like put it by my bedside and take a look at it and stuff. I plan on getting 1619 Project once the paperback releases. I've read the picture book and listened to the podcast, so I'm really excited. I also did read the picture book, a little small book with the I enjoyed that one a lot. Quick read for children. I got that from the library last year. But yes, very, very good. I like a good hardback though. I guess I haven't seen a paperback of it. I would think a hardback would be more hardy. How come you don't want the hardback? Let me know. It's a matter of preference, so nothing wrong with that. I'm just curious. Princess says I'm doing a buddy read with Helen, so need to. Okay, let me ask this question because I always think it and never ask it. Why do you call her or them 1000? And isn't that the same anime as well? Like, what's up with the different monikers? Let me know. Supposed to start yesterday, but didn't have the time or the brain power. Sometimes you have those days. What's the buddy read? Let me know. And is it just y'all or is it everybody? I read the condensed version of Stamped, but also have the big one, but haven't read the whole thing. I'm curious which one would be better. I don't know. Might be a matter of preference. I do think that for Stamped, I think there's a graphic version of that too that I heard somewhere. I think I need to take a look at that. Finished Slaying the Shadow Prince. Awesome. Okay. How did you like it? What did you think? 1619, but not the other one you mentioned. Okay. See, I'm so torn. And, I'm reluctant to spend my dollars, but I made the decision I will be spending my dollar on one of those type history books because I think it'll last with me throughout the years in my mind, and I can share it more with other people besides just a regular fantasy novel or something, Let's see. Adulting Math, all done. I'm loving that. I'm going to start using that. I have some adulting math to do. Cry or sigh. Do both. Why not? But now I get to read. Yay. Get laundry done. By the way, that was all on the first coffee. That's a lot of productivity on one coffee. I'm okay with that. I like it a lot. I only had one cup of tea today, and that's crazy for me. I've been busy. Jaleesa says, I prefer paperback for anything that's not special edition. I hope 1619 is floppy. I love large and floppy books. Okay, that is the first I've heard of that, but okay, that makes sense. I prefer if a book's going to be large to be a hardback because I feel like maybe it'll be a lot more diligent. Because I'm hard on books. I say it all the time, y'all. I am hard on a book. Okay, one of them large floppy books would be torn in half. If I had it, I need that hardback to keep it together, okay, for when I throw it onto the floor. I love my books, y'all. I'm just hard on them, okay? Funny story with that. So Helen has been around my channel forever. She is anime on here on YouTube. Okay. We got hella close. So she is my mod on Twitch. Her name on Twitch is launched at 1,000. Okay. Good story. Okay. Because I'm just like, it took me a few sprints. By the way, y'all, Princess here, Castle Library, lovely lady, sprints on Sundays at. Okay, Princess, put it in the chats because I'm always late. I just know past 3:00 you are on and I can click. I want to say 2 p.m. EST or CST. Oh, hold up. What's Pacific time? PST? PDT? Anyway, California time. Put it here when you chat, girl, okay? But she sprints on Sunday. Good, fun time. Very lively, okay? And she has an awesome, beautiful library that I just want to put my hands around. But yes, it took me a few sprints, like probably about a month to realize that you're all, when you say 1,000 and when I see anime and when people say Helen, it took me a minute to be like, this is all the same person. I was like, what the hell is going on? Thank you very much for that clarification. Okay. It only took 2 years, right? Mike Colabar, her Twitch name. Okay, that worked. That works. And I love how Mike's name is spelled, by the way. Her name is Sally. Yep. And she was on camera last week. I was like, okay, nice to put a face with a name. I would definitely buy 1619. Okay, you think that one's better? Okay. That was, like I said, my first thoughts, but then I saw stamps. So I just wanted to, at some point, I'm lazy too, otherwise I would have went to the Barnes and Nobles and done it. But that's my plan. Her name on YouTube is Anime, Twitch 1000, and Helen in Discord. That's why. Okay, awesome. Requested the book you're reading from NetGalley. Sounds perfect. It's a good book. It really is. And I mean, it has a lot of racial stuff. Like, it starts with Woodrow Wilson, who was an abject racist. It starts with Woodrow Wilson and Helen Keller, and then it went into colonialization. It talked about the real first Thanksgiving. Turkey was not part of it, by the way, y'all. Based off all the food that was transported and stuff and produce from the Americas. I have no idea what Europeans were eating prior to going to the Americas. It seems like they were just slaughtering animals. I'm truthfully dumbfounded what they were eating because most of what we eat and the crops that they started planting afterwards came from the Americas. So were y'all starving before? Anyway, but now it's talking about the migrations of peoples through different things. So I'm excited of what more is going to get into, because this is like a complete history of America, not just like one aspect. So very good book, though. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. My husband, I keep telling him all the little details. That's the reason why I'm only on page 64. I should have been, if this was any other book, I would have been done by now. But yesterday I was doing hair, I was sprinting, and I kept stopping to tell my husband details. So I was doing all these things at one time. Very good book. 11 PST, so 11 of, okay, so it's at 11. So 12, 1, 2. So it's 2 p.m. EST. That's the reason around 2:00 you're on. Yes. Okay, so Castle Library here. Make sure y'all subscribe and check out on Sundays. Sprints at 11 a.m. PST. If you're on the East Coast like I am, it's 2 p.m. There we go. Don't have high expectation. We just crazy. That's fine. That's the expectation. I love a lively sprint. No shade to anybody. Everybody is different. the world has many different personalities. We all comes in different shapes, sizes, colors, dimensions, all that stuff, right? I love some jovialty. I love a little chaos. I love a real talk conversation. Let's talk about what's going on. Like I'm all about the books, don't get me wrong. Make sure y'all put in the chats what y'all are reading. But, I like to have real conversations and real personalities. I'm not going to just yes, and be positive about any and everything that you put across in the chats. And I see some people like that, and to each his own. But if you're coming to my channel, we may talk some trash, and I may say I don't like your book and it sucks. To each his own. If you don't want to come here because I'm having a real conversation, so be it. Same thing. You can say my book sucks, or say, hey, I'm not liking that. That's fine. Let's have a discussion about why we think it sucks. I think that's hilarious. Real people, real talk. Okay. So Princess is the same way, and I appreciate that. Okay. Good time. Jaleesa says, I'm looking forward to your review of The Lies My Teacher Told. Yeah. See, I'm not going to do a dedicated review because that will be long as heck. This is the tail end, probably the last book I'll read for the month. So I don't know. I feel like this book is kind of personal to me. Like I was talking to my husband about that, about should I do an in-depth review? Because I try to condense my videos to something short. But it's an interesting book. So I'm going back and forth about if I want to do an in-depth video. And I'm thinking probably not, because I lose subscribers after each and every video. I ain't gonna lie that I do. Okay. I don't know what it is. I feel like lately I've been dicking around with the same 2 or 3 subscribers. Gain, lose to where it's a wash, right? To each his own. It's not all about that. But I would definitely alienate some people if I said what I really wanted to say about some of the stuff I've read thus far in this book. So I think sometimes I should keep my opinion to myself. This may be one of those. People here are going to hear about it. We'll see. We'll talk about it on Spritz a whole lot more. That'll probably be more in depth than any video I would probably ever do about it. Oh, really? Ooh, okay. First graphic novel, Susan? I'm telling you. So the first time I ventured into a graphic novel, it was a Brandon Sanderson graphic novel. And I was like, this is not for me. And I gave up on it. And then I revisited a few months later with another one. And I was like, ooh, I like graphics. Because originally I did not like graphic novels. So I think this is a good one. You like history. So I think this will be a really good one for you. But graphics are where it's at. I'm telling you, I love a good graphic novel. I ain't gonna lie. I love my regular books, but I love graphic novels. It's more interesting when we disagree on books. That's true. Like, to me, I'm all about respect. You give me respect, I give you respect. And I have my entire life agreed to disagree. I really don't have an issue with somebody disagreeing with me. I have an issue with somebody being rude and loud and cussing and being nasty. Okay. Luckily, I haven't really had that on BookTube. You have people that say little crazy, stupid comments like one earlier. But I think if we were all the same, we would be bored with each other. So let's talk about real stuff. Courtney will definitely say if a book's I know you mean like your book is trash. But if I don't like it, I don't like it. To each his own, as long as you like it. I don't want to ruin someone's experience with a book. So I always say this wasn't for me, and I will tell you why. I'm not one of those people that say this is a horrible, horrible book and just leave it at that. That to me does a disservice to the person that wrote it. And it does a disservice to the person that is taking their time and deciding to read it. But I can tell you my opinion, that might not bother you in some aspects, Like a lot of people talk about books with Black trauma they don't like. Oh, okay. Well, so you gave it a horrible start because you didn't like this. Well, I mean, I'm okay with Black trauma because that is my life. I think that's why. I mean, I'm not gonna be reading a book with a bunch of stuff all day, but I don't have an issue with certain things in books because I recognize that that is a reality. For people that's not their reality, they may have an issue with reading about certain things. And I get it. I get it. But I also believe that if I got to get out my comfort zone and read all these books that BookTube talks about all the time, then why shouldn't you? That's a whole nother ballgame. Jaleesa says, do a live around the release date. Oh, that would be interesting. Let me know if any of y'all are going to read this book. Maybe we can all come together on a little live buddy show and talk about it. Yes, and I am 65. Awesome. I hear you on it being personal. 1619 was personal. The mediocre white man is personal. The UGG 400 souls personal. Are these books? Let me know. I don't know these other books there. I have an issue with people being loud and wrong. Oh, yes. Somehow people equate, and this is in life in general, equate being loud as being correct. So not. But you know what? I find that people tend to do that to shut you up. I call that the high school mentality. You know how you get into an argument with your spouse or with your friend and they pop off and get a little loud and you got to be like, you might need to calm down a little bit, that's I call it a teenage mentality where, to state their point, they feel like they need to be loud about it. You just being loud. And that's coming from a person that is loud. I come from a big family, so you have to shout to be heard. And that's why back in the day I used to be shy because I was quiet. Then I got loud. I always love hearing your thoughts on things. I don't understand how people can be mad at a different opinion from theirs. Oh no, that's called life. That has always been the case. People love to be mad and hate when you don't agree with them. Y'all know I'll complain and say what I like or don't like about a book, but I also don't review every book I read. But if you ask me, I'll strip it down, but not to make anyone not read it. That's true. I always believe it's to each his own. What's not for somebody may be for somebody else. You never know. Yep, I agree. And I don't always, like on my channel, talk about everything I'll read. Sometimes I'll read and just do a written review. That's one thing I will do, is do a written review on everything I read. So if you really want to sow thoughts, then go to Goodreads or actually Storygraph. That's where I'm at now. If you aren't hurting anyone with your opinion or a book, y'all mean speak your thoughts. That's true. And keep in mind, y'all, this is BookTube. Like, this is a small segment of the world, okay? The average person doesn't even know what BookTube is. People get upset over some stuff. I hate when you have people that aren't part of BookTube that seek to just come in to say something negative and be out. It's like, really? You hiding behind that letter? You know how you have the thumbnail? You hiding behind that? That's the comment you get. That's why I just tell people, thank you for coming by. I want to get my mama to read a graphic novel. She just got into audiobooks. Ooh, okay, Mama Wilma, get on the graphic. You can do it. And the audiobooks is where it's at. We need to get Mama William. I keep saying Mama Wilma. Mama Wilma, we need to get with Mama Tangible to get on board with audiobooks and graphics. My mom still physically reads, even though her eyesight's failing. I'm like, you need to learn these audios. There are books all along the same lines of 1619. Great books, 5 stars. Okay, awesome. Let me write down 400. Ooh, my pen, sorry. 400 souls and mediocre. I'm just writing down those books. See, I remember them, right? All right, got it. Thank you. Oops, sorry, I'm clicking on something. We're gonna get to another sprint shortly, but I'm enjoying all of y'all comments. Hold up. I clicked somewhere. All right, sorry. I went out of order. I like to see in order. Jaleesa says, Ulysses, I have a list of all those books. I want to buy them and add to my Black History shelf. Awesome. Great addition. So I just want one good one because otherwise they'll probably sit there and I'll never look at them. I want to definitely look at them, annotate, all that good stuff. Thumb thugs. I love it. Oh my gosh. She said thumb thugs. I call them keyboard heroes and keyboard warriors. Thumb thugs. I'm going to use that. I love it. Thumb thugs. You need a shirt. We need to make a shirt with thumbs ups called like thumbs and a keyboard calling thumb thugs. That is awesome. Writing stink pieces and dipping out. Exactly, y'all. Exactly. That's those people that'll tell you stuff on the internet. Oh my God. I can't even tell you some of the stuff. Like I remember when I was on dating apps, I had somebody say, oh, you sound cute. You sound cool. Too bad you're black. I was like, what? Hold up. Wait a minute. I was like, okay. That's why you got to have a thick skin. I'm telling you. When people talk about some people are more resilient than others, you got to have a thick skin in this world. Otherwise, you'd be in a hole. And that's one thing I'm not going to do. Oh my God. Thumb thugs. I love it. Okay, Alyssa says to Jaleesa, they're amazing, have different feel, mood, vibes, even though it's at the core, have the same information because it's history. Just great writing. Great writing makes a huge difference. Yeah, I just like the truth being out, that type stuff. But you know what? Schools only have a certain limited amount of time. So I get it. I just don't like the curtailing and making it look like things are something different than it's not. So I understand not being able to include a lot of things like in history class that you want to, because you know it is what it is. Like I'm a realist in that respect of the limited amount of time. But don't sugarcoat crap, okay? The thing is, and this book talks a lot about it, is the idea that it incites more questions and they don't want the questions, you know. And this book was actually written by a history teacher. So I think that's also fun too. So, oh yeah, let's get to another sprint so that I can read because that's what I want to do. And we're going to do it. We're going to do it. All right, y'all. We got another 45 here, okay? Happy reading. Sorry, y'all. I messed up. Hold up. Let me get it. I'm so sorry. Somehow I clicked away and got rid of the timer, which is a no-go. So let me go ahead and find it again. Well, that's a first for sure. I don't even know how I did that. I think I was trying to get off camera so that y'all wouldn't see me chowing down on this food, which is delicious, by the way. Okay, I'll just start it right there again. Where is the percent? Okay, got it. I don't know what I was doing, y'all. Sorry about that. Okay, we'll just start this from where we're at here. Okay. Happy reading. Hello, 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 hello. How did that sprint go for you all? As you know, I am reading Lies My Teacher Told Me. So I'm talking about civilization and how people migrated around. And it's interesting because they're talking about how the thought that you have the Neanderthal man were basically this dumb little lurch guy, right? With no purpose and just hunters and gatherers and stuff. But there's tons of evidence to suggest that they were farmers and had purposeful movements and were just as much um, um, adventurers as Columbus and all those other yahoos in history. But that was kind of left out. It's kind of made to seem like the natives of the Americas, made it to where they are based off just kind of wandering and just happen to be in areas versus them purposefully seeking out new environments for themselves. So that's kind of one of those historical things that have been skewed. Very interesting. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Kiana enjoyed, what was that? Mediocre White Man, right? Okay. Gonna take a look at that one. R.A. Morley, hello, how are you doing? Hope we're having a marvelous day. My day's going okay thus far. I'm actually having, time to sit down and read, so I'm enjoying that. How about yourself? I'm gonna gear up this timer here again. So hopefully you're having a good day. What are you up to? What are you reading? Let's see. Okay, got my timer there. Let's see, what else in this book? Okay, so I'm reading, for those of y'all that are new here, I'm reading a graphic representation of this history book. Also, it also talks about how in history books a lot you talk about how basically the natives learned from the Europeans, but you don't really hear a lot about, like, I have heard about Europeans learning from the natives, in colonization. It was more on in how to survive, like in food and stuff, because a lot of the natives weren't adept in the land and the crops and all, so they were starving. So I did hear that the natives did basically build them out. That was about the only thing that I heard. Otherwise, they just said that they were savages and all this other stuff. Although I think it's, who are you to determine how other people should live? But basically, what's interesting is that it is saying that, like, I feel like there's a lot of correlations between the Europeans and the Americas with the Native Americans. And their interactions and how they changed compared to in Africa as well, with the Europeans going to Africa and starting the slave trade, because they're saying that while the Europeans learned so much about from the Indians about how to farm and be more dependent on themselves, they became less dependent on the Native Americans during that time. The Native Americans became more dependent on Europeans for their technology and guns, because they introduced guns to them. So they kind of instituted that guns for slaves mentality, which is the same thing that instituted in Africa, where basically you capture people to trade to the Europeans for slave labor, and we will give you guns and weaponry. Okay, well, for natives that are fighting amongst themselves, which, they had their own little internal struggles, the Europeans just kind of added to it. Well, that was utilized against them, and the Europeans knew that. So they created more turmoil between the tribes, because that just allowed them to kind of kill off themselves, which helped the Europeans' agenda. But that's the same thing that they did in Africa as well. You institute, hey, we're going to give you guns, make fighting a lot more violent, get you to kill off yourselves, and in the end, we're getting people. It's a win-win for Europeans all the way around. Very interesting. I never thought of that before. Anyway, Jaleesa made it to 34% of the glass castle. These parents are something else. They act like children. Doesn't that remind you a bit of Delicious Monsters when we were reading it, Jaleesa? Some parents are out of control, right? Kay read 2 chapters. You're so close into this book. Oh my gosh. And my game of Libby Chicken. How long you got before Libby's gonna snatch your book away, Kay? You've been reading this book a minute, okay? Libby still haven't come for you yet. Maybe you got a little bit of time, lady. Oops, I'm dropping stuff. Maybe you got some time. I didn't need to put my nails on, y'all. I forgot all about it. Okay, well, I'm gonna get into a whole nother sprint. Let's see. We're gonna do one more sprint, okay? One more sprint, and then we'll get out of here. So if y'all bear with me, we can make it happen, okay? Was this the one I'm looking for? Nope, I'm gonna do this one. I'm just looking at some nail stuff here. Okay, y'all, we're gonna make this last sprint count for us, okay? It's like the children or raising the children. Too real these days, right? Until 5 or 6. Oh, today? Dang. And no possibility of renewal at all? Yeah, you're going to have to get on it, Miss Lady. Well, I think you're doing good. I think that is doable. You said all your adulting math is done. So you have time to sit down and finish this book today. I think you have some time. You have a few hours left. So we're going to go into the next sprint so we can help you out in that endeavor, Kay. Because the last thing you want to do is return a book and you're so close to finishing. Because that would suck. But I'm all for extending out and maximizing those holds. Because if the library gave it to me and you said I can max it out 3 times to renew, I'm probably going to do that. I'm hoping to focus and the boys take care of themselves for a while. Close yourself in the room, say you're busy. Jaleesa says, Christina, a borrow from Kindle and you should have the book for a couple of hours longer. They don't snatch it as fast as Libby. That's facts. Oh, you're talking about like through the Kindle Unlimited type thing? Okay. Wait, borrow through Kindle, you should have the book for a couple of hours. Oh, so are you saying like when you're on Kindle and then you send it back? If you had sent it to your if you borrowed it through Libby and then when you sent it to the Kindle, you're saying that even though you return it through Libby, it still stays on the Kindle? I've noticed that. Like I'll have books that I know I returned via Libby and it'll on my Kindle it'll be like, oh, this is going to expire. And I'm like, that was like 3 days ago. There are 5 people waiting on it. Oh, it's the audio. I can't. Oh, yeah, they're going to take that back. Okay, well, we gonna let you finish. We're going to go to the sprint and let you finish. Yeah, I never listen to audio on my Kindle device. Like, I'll read the book and send it there, but I always listen to the audio on my phone. I do note, though, if you get a Libby book and it's like some formats don't transfer over to Kindle, especially graphics. But what I do find is that it does transfer over to an iPad. I think it's just that interface between Apple and whatever Kindle is. So that's why, like, this is my husband's iPad. So if I can't, like, I can get Libby app and NetGalley app on my husband's iPad, but I can't get them on my Kindle. So luckily he has this, so I have options no matter what way it is. But yeah, you got to think about that too. Libby gives you 2 options: read with Kindle or Libby. Libby takes it instantly, but Kindle doesn't expire for a while. Yes, I noticed that. I never thought of it, but I do notice that. Yes, it'll be like a week later sometimes. Yep. I mean, well, go ahead and see if you can send it. You never know. You might be able to send it today. It's still yours. I never thought of like a time frame because I always like make sure I return the book, at least a day or 2 prior. Generally, as soon as I finish, I'm way ahead of the time. So I never really noticed that there's a time that they take it back. That's interesting. Listen on higher speed. That's true. That's true. I'm a 1.5 speed, 1.75 girly. So yeah. But make sure you absorb it though. Oh yeah, let's get to this so we can help Christina out, okay? Because she needs to finish her book. So we're gonna get to one last sprint here. If I feel like it, may be another one, but this might be the last one. But I'm not going to put last sprint in there just in case. Hold up. How long have we been on? 10. You know what? I'm going to make this the last sprint because I just realized my husband wants to do something. All right, last sprint here. You don't hear from me, but download the MP3 on the part you have. Jaleesa is a wealth of knowledge. I love it. Heart of the Sun Warrior. That sounds familiar. And Upset Spaghetti. Oh, half this book was me saying, please do not end up with this toxic ass walking red flag by the end. Oh, I guess the character did. Oh man. That's how it is sometimes. Don't you hate that? I am so sorry, RA, that it did not work out for you. But yeah, that's what they do. That's what them books do. If it's a sequel, you never know. It might turn into something else. Oh yeah, y'all. Happy readings. Last sprint. Make it count. Hello. Hello. How did that not go? Hello. How did your reading go? Whew, it is chilly in here. So I have since learned that apparently Europeans manipulated natives by purchasing land apparently from the wrong tribe and claiming others allowed them to do it when the whole concept of land ownership was something that was not learned or respected. Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, Jaleesa says, I am early. Not yes, 400 pages to not get to your end result really does suck. Sorry to hear that your characters did not end up the way that you wanted them to. Whew. It does suck when you have a character that you really like and it's a romance and they end up with something that somebody that you're like, that's not even worth the time and effort. But that happened. That happens. Let's see. Oh, crap. I lost track of where I was at. Oh, man. What is it? Okay, there we go. Sorry, I couldn't figure out where my cursor was. Okay. Morley said it's very painful. The first book was an absolute delight, but this one, my trust is forever broken. That's how it is. That's the thing about subsequent books. It sucks when you have multiple books and the first book ends the way you want, and then the second book, you're like, this is trash. That happens too. Taking you're going to read a Tales of Celestial Kingdom. No sequel, huh? Not with the amount of broken heart I have, just as I'm mad and sad, mostly I'm just disappointed. Yeah, justice for Leeway. Oh, well, that sucks. Your book didn't turn out how you wanted. Maybe there's some redemption in the second book. You think? You don't want to even give it a shot. I wouldn't blame you. Amal is reading Fix My Heart by Angel Devlin, chapter 6, and loving it. Oh, well, I'm glad that you are liking it. Not liking, but loving it. That's always good. Coda says, I've got baby hell snow like happening right now. Oh no. Were you in Michigan, I think you said, or something? Yeah, I'm not about that snow. Hell as well. That's even worse. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, I was making sure you got me paranoid now. Oh, nah. It's still sunny outside. It's chilly, but we don't have all that. You keep that where you're at, Coda, okay? No bad weather in this side. Paul said, Coda, you keep the weather. Exactly. See, Paul says the same thing. You keep that snow to yourself. Nobody needs that bad weather. Paul says, not getting much reading done, just enjoying the day. Hey, nothing wrong with that. I understand you on that one. Hello, Miss Dee Dee. How are you doing today? What's going on? I swear the music you play is going to put me to sleep. You know what? I feel the same way. That music was hitting. Like I had finished my Qdoba, got my tea, I was relaxing, I was reading, and I fell asleep for a few minutes during this sprint, but it was nice and relaxing. I love music. I like a nice soft music during sprints. I know some people don't like it. So if the music bothers y'all, just put it on mute, okay? 44% of the Glass Castle. Okay, Jaleesa, you're killing it. There we go. Hopefully I can finish between today and tomorrow. You got this. You got this. Kay got dressed, made the bed, got some lunch, read some more. Long chapter. Okay, you got it. You got it. You got it. Did you figure out the whole Kindle transfer from Libby type thing, or are you going to stick to 5 o'clock? What's going on? Thanks for the sprints. Have a beautiful rest of the day. You too as well. You too. Coda says Colorado. Okay. I know it was cold weather country. Yes, Colorado fits the bill. It'll be gone soon. I'm on the desert side. It's supposed to be sunny tomorrow. Is that sunny and warm or just sunny looking? Because those are two different things. TD says today was rain all day here in Normandy. Ooh. Gotta love the rain. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Not a fan of that. See, even on the other side of the world, you still have bad weather. Coda sent a video to Christina asking her to take it back. Oh, no. You gotta read them books, okay? Jaleesa says, Paul, sometimes I can hear the music even when we aren't in sprints. You're just zen, right? I like a nice little chill music. I didn't grow up in a quiet family, so when it's just too quiet, it irks me. I need a little bit of sound. Even when I'm reading, like at night when I'm reading before bed and stuff, I will put on like white noise or brown noise, those little sleep sounds. And that's if I don't put on the little timer things. But generally I do those other things because I do enough of this type music during sprints. So I need something different. Read 210 pages. Dang. Okay, you are killing it. I like that. So my goal was hit and I'm halfway through. Okay, I ain't mad at you on that one. I'm hoping that you are enjoying all 210 pages of that. Okay, there we go. That's called progress. Very good for meditation. Facts. Okay. Yeah, I like a nice quiet time. It's nice. I like my chaos too, but when I'm reading, it's nice to just be quiet. Although, I have had some times, believe me, I can read in a quiet room, or not quiet room, in a crowded, chaotic room if I really have to. Sometimes I'll read while my husband is playing video games. I just kind of tune it out, but I can still hear him if he needs to talk. Coda says it'll be warm, not as warm as last week, but hit 55. Oh, that's a good temperature. I like that. Then back to the 60s by Thursday. The area of Colorado I'm in gets more cloudless days than most warm weather states. Sounds like a good time. As long as you're not shoveling that snow, you're in good hands, okay? Because that's the part that sucks. 5:43. Oh, you got this. You'll be done by 5. You're good. Just going to keep going with fingers crossed. You got just a few more. Give yourself one more hour. Yeah, you got that. Okay. I believe you will get it done. Okay. Where am I at with this book here? I am on page 85. So I have a ways to go. This book is 272 pages. And I am doing the slow roll with this book, digesting. Every once in a while, I take notes. If I was doing like a big loud discussion, I would be taking more notes. But every once in a while, I take a little bit of notes. But thus far, just a lot of manipulation and lying in history books. That's what I'm getting from this one. So I think I'm going to extend out this book throughout the rest of the week. This will be my last book for March. So I am not rushing it by any means. So in the meantime, I'll be figuring out what I'm going to read in April and what I'm going to do. Kay says, I saw that Coda. Charles said we weren't allowed to do returns. Ooh, no returns? Oh, hell no. I ain't shoveling. I won't ever go out and if I have to. Facts. Yes. Snow is so beautiful. It really is. And I love good Mother Nature. I feel like you're blessed with whatever weather Mother Nature gives you, unless it's like tornadoes and stuff destroying things, right? But I am not about that shoveling life, okay? You can have that. I have done it. I don't like it. It's trash. Not trying to do it. Okay. And I still have the snow shovels on the porch, but I'm not trying to use them at all, especially this late in the game. It's almost April. No. Paul says, Kay, you will have done it in another hour. Exactly. Now I'm about to get off sprints here, but I know Vanessa is still up and I know there's some other folks. You got plenty of sprints. Just stay out of the chats, okay? I know you like to sprint hop. Sometimes you got to just stay on a channel and put that in the background and just read. So that's what you need to do. Just stop sprint hopping and just stay. Go to Vanessa's or whoever else and just nest. And you got it done, okay? I may put on one. I got a few videos I got to watch. And then maybe I'll put on one of those while I do some things that I got to do, okay? It's addictive though when you're going from one sprint to another. You're like, who's on? The next thing you know, you realize you haven't read. That's my problem sometimes. So Sometimes lately I've been trying to do more reading instead of hopping around so much so I can be productive. Coda says the snow's melting and gone. Sun will be out in 7 minutes. That didn't take long. Yeah, that didn't sound like it wanted to commit at all. What was the point, right? Okay, if you're going to do something, weather, do something. Vanessa's on her last spent, but Leandra's. Oh, yep, Leandra's on. Yep, there we go. Okay, so you got options. I agree. I love the chats too. I like to see who's around. You have people you look for, certain people you look for, right? Like I noticed their absence, like Pat, where's she at? Okay. But, sometimes you got to buckle down and do the reading though. I find that generally when I'm lacking in books, like, we read a lot in these circles, right? So when you're supposed to have read and finished a book, you know what I find in general why I have not is because I've been in the chats. I'd be like, hold up, I should have finished this book 3 days ago. It's because I've been chatting my head off, Donna and Vanessa on the last sprint. Oh, okay. Finishing up. Okay. Well, Leandra's going to be the last one standing. Okay. You do have Christine at Live from My Library with Genderqueer tonight. So that's another fun chat as well if y'all want to go into a sprint. Kenny, we're about to leave, Miss Lady. How are you doing? I hope that you're getting some reading done or productivity, okay? Because I know you're working probably. Christina Pinch Pocock. We're trying to get Christina to read her book. Stay out of the chats till she reads her book because she only has a few hours left. Been hopping around to 6 different sprints. Much appreciated. I'm glad I made the cut. Awesome. I'll be chatting too much. Yeah. It's a fun time though. It's a fun time. There's nothing wrong with that if you're not on a time limit. If you're on a time limit, then you need to kind of buckle down. Completely understand. Okay. I'm good. Just got in from my first day of work. First day. New job. When's the first day? I believe Barbara is still doing sprints. Okay. Me too, Paul. There we go. Oh, y'all, we're going to get out of here shortly, okay? Let me know. Anybody have anything in the chats, any videos or whatnot coming out, anything you want to promote? I will have a video coming out tomorrow. A little small video. Won't take more than a couple of minutes, okay? And then Thursday, of course, 5:30 p.m. EST, we'll be having sprint as well. So I hope that I see y'all there. Donna is actually in her last chatty bit. See, everybody's trying to finish up. I feel like you have the day sprints and then you have the night sprints, okay? Barbara and Margaret are going to. Okay, there we go. I'm going to check out some folks, y'all. Thank you for the sprints. Well, thank you very much for coming by. Much appreciated. Paul, actually, I'm going to go check out your WrestleMania video probably right after this too. So, okay, we're going to get out of here. Okay, like less than 3. I can't. I don't know. Let me. Excuse me. Oh, my throat got dry all of a sudden. No, I was saying I don't know what this means here. Is that what is that? I want to know what this means. So let me know. And we're going to get out of here. IK less than 3. IK. I don't know what that means. I'm curious now. Let me know. Okay. Let me know. I'm going to queue up back here. I'm going to look at Paul's video. I'm going to just go cue this for I remember. And okay, Kay may have gone. Okay, well, I'll get out of here. She might have gone already. Okay, well, thank you all for coming. Much appreciated. Oh, I was just about to get out of here. There's a lag. It's a heart. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, less than 3. Okay, it's probably those emojis. See, there's those YouTube emojis that don't come through sometimes. You're like, remember the one that's like the pink waving hand? It'll say pink waving hands. So I don't know what this one is, but okay. That makes sense. K3, I know it's because we said the same thing at the same time. That's funny. See, y'all were in sync, huh? Okay, y'all. Gonna get out of here. Thank you very much for a lovely day. Much appreciated. Had a good time, and I hope to see you on Thursday.